All right. So yeah, we are live on YouTube, and that was one of the quickest news crawls we've ever done. That was a fast one. So basically, what we got to do first, I think, as our main plan today is actually going to be the usages, or sorry, the quota adjustments. We'll make sure that some of those pages are working just fine. Yeah, FD, you missed it yesterday. Yesterday, we ended up doing a bunch of crazy binary hacking because DynamoDB local is not open source, and it's a compiled like Java like jar file that you run. We had to unzip the jar and modify class files to increase the amount of global secondary indexes we can do. Right? Because it's limited to 20 by default. And then on production, you can just ask Amazon support to fix it. But what about with DynamoDB local? So we ended up having to do some real hacking that went over my head, and we got some really great help from people like The Bread, and I know I'm forgetting some names right now. Ah, if they're out there, they'll speak up and be like, "Hey, don't forget about me." But yeah, I'm probably going to open source what we did with that, as well as maybe try and record a YouTube video. I've already got another YouTube video I got to record too, though, right? Like the shaders one for Ghosty. I'm slacking on that, so I'm gonna try and do that tomorrow. But we'll see. So yeah, our plan for today, we need to get the adjustments page working. Let's actually get logged in to the product. Sorry, let me just double check one thing here. Any voicemail? Nope. All right, go. So yes, for the API we got running. And yeah, we switched up the terminal background. I like this one. Yeah, just I like the background process of it, right? Like being able to use shaders and get a little more like value and flavor to it, right? Like here's one of my favorites that we did. Right? This is like perfect for when you're listening to synthwave. Right? That one's nice. There's this one that we got too. So yeah, being able to just head to Shader Toy, find a cool, fun shader, and port it over is really nice. Oh, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. I'm not even sure how to bring in a shader like that. But yeah, that's not a bad idea. And thanks, BitGlitch. And yeah, 5173, yep. Yep. Magic link code did not match. Wait, what did I do? Oh, I left off the L. That was it. Interesting. So hold up. That one should have worked. The one before it was an obvious mistake. If I go and do this one again, we may have just uncovered a multi-factor auth bug. Yes, we did. All right. So the old code was active. The new code was not. So we need to make a note of that somewhere. All right, so quotas. We go look at a quota. We go to adjustments for it, and it's an empty page. So that's the part we're on right now. Thanks. Yeah, it's a good beanie. All right, so this is a page. Oh, nice. Yeah, I live in Redmond, near Seattle. Portland. Got it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I used to spend my summers down at Mount Hood, living in government camp. Whew. Mount Shasta? See, I've never been to Shasta. Definitely met people from Shasta. Like they would head to Timberline during the summer. People from Shasta are crazy? How so? What's up, Mikhail? How you doing over on YouTube? All right, so we got this adjustments endpoint, which solves that bug. However, actually, no, we might be good. Something did go terribly wrong, though. All right, so what is our failure there? Oh, yep. Okay, so it's going to be on our back end because our back end basically just copied and pasted what we had. All right, so it's a get. Response schema is quota adjustments response. And we probably need to go create that. We do end up just getting the quota here. Quota adjustments key map. So we got that part right. Okay. Okay, so that should be all right. Okay, so now this is table does not have the specified index. Ah, because usage ID got passed. And it shouldn't have. I think that is a front end issue. Yeah. Ooh, what are you having for supper? And feel free to come back and let us know. This is a foodie stream in disguise. That said, I'm not sure what I'm having for dinner. It might be something as terrible as just hot dogs or something. I don't know. Pizza and some good fries. Nice. I had pizza last night. Like here in Seattle, we got this place called Big Mario's, and it's really good. Crab cake stuffed salmon. What? How do you even stuff the salmon? Or is it salmon stuffed crab cakes? I'm so confused by this. It sounds amazing. But real quick, hold on. Let me go use the restroom. I've been chugging this tea. We're going to keep chugging the tea. But, it's Friday, so I can bust into a whiskey here in a little bit. Use the restroom. And hey, Lala the Clown, Mr. Sir, good timing. I just got back. And how was the, oh, you were doing Marvel Rivals instead of Fortnite. How you liking it? I haven't played that yet. Okay. Sure. It's a good game. Nice. Yeah, very much like Overwatch, right? But you don't have to queue up for a specific role. Have you found any like issues with balancing or anything? It's like Overwatch but fun. Ah, yeah. That's the tricky bit. Yep. So worth getting because it's free. Yeah, free and worth every penny. Ooh, if Carrie's out there. That was like a family phrase for a long time. Free and worth every penny. Today, a Spider-Man had aimbot. That's not good. Nice. Yeah, have you personally noticed, like, are you playing ranked or just regular? I guess. Because I have heard the stories about how in regular, if you lose like 2 games in a row, you end up getting matched up with bots. Have you noticed the bots at all? Like, literally, like, their own bots, not aim bots, not like someone cheating. So you wouldn't know anything about the bots. Yeah, there you go. Nice little humble brag there. I like that. Yeah, I'm not sure about the exact number, but yeah, I have heard that there is some like threshold, you know, where they will start matching you up with a bot. Yeah, like, because if someone keeps losing, like if they lose like 10 games in a row, they'll probably not want to continue doing so. So it gets a little tricky on how do you maintain people who aren't necessarily that good at the game yet. How do you make them still like stoked to play, right? And in many cases, that involves giving them a win here and there. And if they lose to the bots, well, not much you can do for them. Have to help some old people clear more snow, apparently, on their drive again. Sounds good. Yeah, good job. But thank you for the raid. Appreciate you hopping in. And yeah, we're going to continue working on what we got here. I'm curious if we actually even have any quota adjustments in here. Oh, yeah. Um, hold on, hold on. Sorry, mom's texting. Yeah, thanks for the lurk. Okay, so let's see if that'll work. And let me get more music going. Yeah, so I think the issue here is that I haven't created any adjustments yet. Like, we go look at our dev, like, fixtures endpoint. So fixture account quotas, fixture account balances, and that's like the main part. So then let's go look at our queue. So that would be it. Okay. Hmm. I'm wondering, like, do adjustments even make sense anymore? Right? The big idea here is you have a quota, and with that quota, you're going to have usage deducting from, or not deducting, but adding to the total usage that you've done. Originally, an adjustment was more like, well, it was like the opposite of a usage. But we had balances and. Whoa! Unruly hot fixer. A quote from 300 for your 300 streak stream. Or stream streak. Dude. Yeah, you're our second 300er. That's huge, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, we got some dedicated viewers. I appreciate you, Unruly Hot Fixer. Yeah, that's huge, man. Thank you. Yeah, what I'm thinking about though is, yeah, adjustments. In my opinion, an adjustment, well, we got to think about like what business would make sense where they would want to do an adjustment. Games don't do the quota thing. AI providers should probably just use a balance. Hmm. Just as like pair programming or like, so it doesn't feel like you're alone. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, no, that sounds great. Yeah, I'm glad it works. That's what I kind of hope everyone does. But, some people get a little too distracted and, they got to just like lurk and not pay attention. But yeah, no, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm really struggling to remember like why I think adjustments are necessary. But realistically, it's about like the ledger and the auditability. So hold on. So overdraftability, right? So basically, for an adjustment, we would want to maybe like we'll want to make it conditional based upon whether the adjustment is applying to like the usage, right? Like the top number of the ratio, or whether it's applying to the limit, the bottom number of the ratio, right? Of the quota. And then it can be a positive or a negative value in either case, as long as we can track it. What we may want to do is actually add like a third, like unlimited overdraft type, right? So yeah, if you reverse sell, right, you want people to be able to use as much of your bandwidth as you want. Like, who cares as long as you can charge them money for it? I would still say there's probably a point at which you want to cut them off. Yeah. Um, I do think we want to add an unlimited field, right? Do we need to do that part now? We probably should. Yeah. Let's go fiddle with that model first. I like that idea. All right, so then this is going to be adjustment type. All right, so then for the quota, this is not notify before limit. Yeah, so we're like repurposing this value for more than just like the notification. Hmm. Which means I should probably rename it. I think for now, All right, so we'll do that. All right, so then request types. Okay, so yeah, adjustment type is usage or limit, and that part's fine. But it does mean that we are expecting that when they submit an adjustment. So now we got to go modify those endpoints. Okay, creating an adjustment. Yeah, so post quota with that, we do that part. And then here, all right, so then adjustment type and amount. Let's see. All right, so we head to packages here. All right, so our types end up rebuilding there, and we're good to go here. Perfect. So yeah, we create the partition key and all that stuff, sort key, etc. We create the new adjustment, and it publishes up. Cool. We don't have a form for that yet. All right, so then quotas, we also have a create. Yep, we're spreading the request body, and I think that should be fine because we have our types available. So now we just need to update the front end portion of creating a quota. All right, it's amount by default, and we just add the unlimited value in there. Right, so we see it in there. What I want to do then is I'm going to wrap this. That's actually incorrect. And this would be does not equal unlimited. All right. Hey, what's up, Standard Pointer? How you doing? Double check on work stuff. Okay, there we go. You can't tell what framework I'm using? I think that's just unfamiliarity with the exact framework I am using. But, you know, definitely better than ShadCN in that regard, right? Like, ShadCN's great, don't get me wrong, but it's pretty obvious when a site's using ShadCN. So, yeah, I get you on that one. Oh, there's another one I want to use that is very cool. It is, I think it starts with a B. No. It's neo brutalism. I really want to use this framework for something at some point too. And the fact that you can like style the border radius as you see fit, like, I don't know, pretty cool. Right? Like the theming, even though it's like still basically the same look, you know, you can change things around a bit. It's kind of nice. Yeah, I really, really like this. I haven't had a chance to use it on anything yet, though. Most of them probably did implement their own. Yeah, like this is still somewhat new, and it's a bit niche. Like, there's enough sites doing this style that eventually you're gonna run into. Well, yeah, people are tired of it, so then you got to redesign again. But I'm okay with it. But yeah, it's like fairly full featured too. Not a big fan of their date picker though. Oh wait, they've got a marquee element. Yes, this is Web 7.0 right here. Yeah, that makes sense, Cotter. You can probably get away with just using Shad CN in a lot of cases. What you should really be looking at is refactoring UI. This is by the creator of Tailwind, but it's got a lot of just like good little notes. Not a big fan of jazz, too many unnecessary notes. But yeah, no, this is a fantastic thing. Like, just look at this versus this. This feels like something, you know, something someone made 10 years ago. This feels a little more modern, right? Yeah. You know, it's a book, it costs money, or it's like a course or whatever. I'd say for 99 bucks, you probably got all you need. I don't know what you actually get extra from the 149. But yeah, like I think factoring in a lot of the stuff that they say in this book is probably worthwhile. But you can also just get the first two chapters free to see if you actually like it. I know I pasted it once already, maybe, but it's worth it to paste again. Yeah, no worries. Damn, Defias got the Primogen raid again, didn't he? Hell yeah. He is killing it. All right. So yeah, we've got unlimited set here. I do think we probably want to send that overdraft notification. Like, even if we have unlimited, right? Like, give them the option for that. Delayed rain. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Oh, man. Yeah, I stayed up a bit late last night gaming. Woke up early-ish today. Someone scheduled like a meeting like 20 minutes before it happened. I missed that meeting though. Come on. But now, one of those things. But okay, so I like what we got here with the unlimited. We'll have to like... We'll have to heavily consider refactoring this eventually once we want to set up like webhooks. But okay, so I'd say what we've got there is fine. We probably want to start thinking about populating that adjustments table with dummy data. You know what? Yeah, I think it's basically 4 o'clock, which means it's basically 5 o'clock for the people I work with, which means it's basically time that I can have a whiskey. Some of that Henry McKenna. We are back to using water as our mixer. Because I don't need the Coca-Cola calories. I just want them. Because it's just a better tasting drink. Okay, so now on to the fixtures. Got them around here somewhere, right? Maybe. Yeah, maybe not. All right, so let me go grab that file. We had it up there near the top. Okay, so and that's right. Yeah. Now we get down to this other thing where this is where we are doing account quotas. Diet beverages let the alcohol work better? Well, I mean, I guess that makes sense because your liver basically metabolizes alcohol into sugar. And yeah, I believe your liver also deals with sugar in some way, right? So it frees your liver up to do its thing better? I don't know. I hate fake sugar. I just don't like it. All right, so quota usage table, account quota table. We also need quota adjustments table. Yeah. My dad used to do a lot of sweet tea as well. Yeah, he lived in Texas for a long time. I do see YouTube chat Lambda file. I responded to Mikhail when he said the message an hour ago. It's fine. No, yeah, I always forget that most people probably don't see the timestamps, like here on Twitch or over on YouTube, right? Like I specifically turn on the timestamps every chance I get, but yeah, some platforms I don't have them still. So yeah, no worries there. How you doing today though, Lambdify? FD, you still out there? I know this is one of your favorite songs, right? Of the songs that I play, at least. I should probably be like the Primogen and stream to LinkedIn as well, huh? Not sure I actually want the whiskey consumption as part of my LinkedIn presence. So maybe not. Maybe not. Let me get another album going. What's up, Dr. Drat? And yeah, crispy bacon strip. Like, yes, man. Dude, like a delicious sweet tea is amazing. I've definitely been like flying out of Atlanta before, and they're like, "Oh, our soda's off, but we got sweet tea." I was like, "Okay, give me a sweet tea and give me a glass of water too, and fill the sweet tea up halfway," because I knew it was gonna be like way too sweet. Even at half and half, it was still a bit too sweet for me. Like at the moment, because I've been like cutting down on my sugar intake massively. All right, so yeah, as we scaffold out some data, we pass the tables into this function, and then this function needs to like create some of that stuff. And that's why you add the whiskey to the sweet tea. Duh. God, you are massively tempting me to pick up some lemonade mix. Because I don't mind doing like the lemonade whiskey thing. It's actually quite delicious. It's so delicious, though, that it does kind of encourage overconsumption. I think the official name is a Lynchburg lemonade, right? Like Lynchburg, Tennessee for the whiskey kind of thing. Now, hold on. Do we have the quota being passed into this, too? We have the quota ID, but not the quota. I think we have to fetch the quota. Yeah. And yeah, Lil Saf, how you doing over there on YouTube? What you up to? We just got a raid from Gravox Dev. So yeah, what were you doing? So you're doing software and game dev. Nice. What kind of software or game dev were you doing? And yeah, Shady's back. Or Gravox is back again. I forget the rest of the lyrics, but tell a friend. Building a bot for your Discord server. Oh, how's that process? Yeah, no worries. And yeah, hold on. I am following you. Okay, perfect. Just double checking. It's going well? Yeah, I've never made a Discord bot. I've been considering it. Like, I kind of want to figure out a good way to identify, like, spam bots. That would be kind of fun. Lots of debugging with Discord.js not liking ES6. So I feel like a big part of it, though, is you should be able to compile to whatever you need. Right? So, like, this sounds to me like a build process issue. Like, what are you using to import Discord.js? Like, what are you using for your bundling? I'm very curious about that now. Okay, so you're using bun, which means you're probably not using any other, like, bundler on top of that. You're just using bun. Because here it even says it's type module, which means it's ESM. Now, granted, this is the top level package, and it does appear to be... Yeah, it does appear to be a monorepo. So this one does not have type modules. So yeah, you're totally right. No. Right? Yeah. Types and main, like, yep, nope. I think you're onto it. It does seem like they export like importable types, though. So even if it is, you know, CommonJS by default, it looks to me like they're exporting like ESM compatible typings. And yeah, you know, if it was easy, everyone would do it. There are issues with all sorts of packages you want to use. Like, I would say don't feel bad about that whatsoever. That's fine. Yes, I understand that, Yamateru. Technically, they're using the same JS file for import and require, though. So the only thing that changes between them is their types. So they do support ESM, at least. But it's the same JS file. And interestingly enough, they're exporting the core JS file before even like doing any bundling or compilation. So yeah, they are most likely writing in a very common version of JavaScript, right? Like they're doing exports dot and all that stuff. Right? This right here indicates that yes, they are using CommonJS as their core JS code, which means you're going to run into issues trying to bring this in to a bundler that is not aware of how CommonJS imports should work. That said, I feel like Vite would solve this problem. So you may consider using Vite as your bundler, and then problem solved. I would say using bun directly I know that's like the future Bun envisions, but I think Bun is just super early. Bun solves this too? Okay, all right. Yeah, I wasn't aware. I haven't used Bun enough. My only like even minor guess was that Bun isn't solving this part directly, but if they do, then yeah, I'm not sure what the issue would have been. So yeah, not sure. But yeah, how you been, Yamateru? Been a little bit since we interacted here in chat, or since we even like interacted on Twitter. I've kind of pulled back from Twitter quite a bit because Elon's just the worst. But I can't abandon it completely as a content creator, right? Still got to like publish stuff to it. At work, we still got to publish stuff to it, you know? But yeah, Bun solves a lot. You still have to use some file system stuff from Node, though. Oh, so Bun doesn't like fully like take over that import? Oh, for some reason I was expecting them to like fully like own that import. Yeah, I like the idea of Bun, but I am just I get bit by being an early adopter too many times. Okay, so currently making your own hierarchical bitmap allocator for a cache system similar to memcached in Zig. Oh, cool. I like that. That's one of the things I really like about Elixir, the fact that you basically get memcached for free because of how the OTP and like the shared data works. Like something like oh, I'm forgetting the name of like the thing you would use for like memcached in Elixir. Yeah, I forget the name of it. But yeah, just like super cool. I have not done any Zig yet though. I think that's a big thing that Zig needs, just more libraries and more like third-party support for things that you would expect to exist. And again, because I don't like getting bit by the early adopter bug, I'll probably still wait a little bit to give Zig a try. I really like the way they handle comp time though, because with comp time you're just writing regular old Zig to do macro like things instead of like Rust where you have to learn this entire like set of semantics that is separate from how regular Rust works just because you know the macros have to be like so polymorphic, you know? Yeah, right. Comp time just being regular Zig code with the same semantics as you would expect to write Zig code, like that's huge. Same with Bun and their like comp time equivalent of like writing JavaScript macros. Massive. Like you're just writing JavaScript instead of some crazy weird Babel like syntax or something. Zig actually ships SIMD stuff as part of the standard library. I didn't know that. Oh, that's really cool. Nice. Yeah, I'm using Ghosty, which is written in Zig. And I love the fact that I can just do like shaders in the background like this. My favorite one that we'll probably end up switching to is this one. Because for this kind of music, like, this is just so relevant. It's beautiful. This is maybe a little too, like, high tempo for that background. But it's a nice background, isn't it? CRT monitor emulator. So there is a library. I'm not sure if you're aware, but they have some CRT like emulation as well. And yeah, we contributed. No big deal. Look at me right there. Yeah, we added the fireworks shaders just because it was New Year's and we were like looking into what it would take to port a shader from Shader Toy to Ghosty, and it was actually really simple. Like, it was easy. Like, took some learning, but now that we know the process, like, we could basically port any shader as long as it involves a single buffer. But yeah, you'll notice that they have CRT, better CRT. I'm trying to remember what's like in-game CRT. I'm not sure what the difference with that one is. Retro Terminal is another. So yeah, they got like 3 or 4 that might fill the void that you're looking for. But if you want to mess with shaders, I would say look at what exists and see what you can like do better. That sounds awesome. But yeah, what's up, Mr. Faberdev? How you doing? Drunkard is kind of fun. The only problem I have with these shaders is you can't just like change it on the fly, because you have to basically like restart Ghosty to do it. So like hot reloading of shaders would be huge. So honestly, Yamateru, if you're looking to contribute to Zig, figure out a way to get like allow them to hot reload shaders, and you'd basically be a superhero. Yeah, it's a good album. I don't play it nearly enough. Yeah, it's something to consider, right? Like, you know, you get to learn Zig, you get to understand Ghosty a bit more and contribute to it. Like, that, those all sound like major wins. So, yeah. Totally up to you. One of the things I want to look into adding, which you can feel free to take as well, let me know if you do. That way I don't start doing it alongside you at the same time. Like, why waste the effort? But I want to be able to pass my cursor location to a shader, so that then, like, as I type, you know, like, blah, 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 something actually starts, like, doing something based off of that location. That would be really cool. Like, maybe it's, like, ripples in, like, water or something, right? Like a koi pond style shader or something. That'd be kind of cool. Right? Once, like, mouse cursor location is exposed to shaders, like, there's all sorts of cool stuff you could end up doing. Yeah, maybe, right? Right? Like, imagine being able to change shader based upon, like, the folder you're in. Ooh, that would be huge. Imagine being able to change shader based upon, I don't know, like the file type you're editing with NeoVim. Like, I don't know, all sorts of cool stuff like that would be cool. So, Yamateru, that's the thing we're working on right now. I basically worked on it for maybe 2 or 3 months back when I think you're remembering. And then I needed to get a job. And then had a job, did some other stuff. The job I ended up getting needed feature flagging stuff, so we pivoted to feature flagging for a bit. Then I got another job, and the company that I'm at right now is GitKraken, which I don't know if you've heard of it. GitLens and VS Code is nice. Those are both products we have. But now I work at GitKraken as a developer advocate, so I just make video content, basically. So yeah, like I'm, maintaining my developer chops, which is part of why they hired me, by continuing to build out other stuff, and Waltr is one of them, which is the billing thing. So all things said, we probably got maybe like 5 or 6 months of dev time put into Waltr. 2 or 3 at the beginning, 2 or 3 kind of like nowish. I mean, so I'm building it, number one, because I think it is something that could receive investment. I think it's like a foundational enough tool, and it solves enough of like a saving devs time type problem that it's maybe worth paying for. But I'm also building it for myself because I have other tools I want to build that would need quota and balance management in some way, right? If I want to build like an OpenAI wrapper, I'm going to need to manage balances. If I want to build, like another software as a service, I need quotas, right? Like how many requests have you gotten per month? How many monthly active users do you have, right? And I think at that point, like the monthly active user thing is something I can build out myself, which I like. Um, like something that we can just give you because it'll be part of our billing anyway. So if you want to have it as part of your billing for other people, like, yeah, we might be able to help you build out your own monthly active user like quota system per like client that you have, maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna have to consider that a bit more. That's like way more beyond like the MVP. I'm planning on basing my pricing off monthly active users, but also having like maybe a requests per month kind of thing or something like that. Pretty much, I'm looking at like Clerk and companies like Clerk and basically trying to use like their billing model. So yeah, let's double check their pricing. Yeah. So 10,000 monthly active users. I don't know if that number is going to be what we go for, but yeah, at some point, this kind of thing. Because I'm purely focused on B2B SaaS, yeah, I'm going to want to like look at what they're doing here too. So yeah, basically I'm going to try and mimic at least a little bit of what Clerk does in their billing. And yeah, I think audit logs is going to be huge. I think audit logs is something that will end up being like an enterprise tier only. I don't know. I'm not sure. Right? Not necessarily like the ledger that we're building right now, but more like, oh, who created a new balance when? Who adjusted someone's balance? Right? Like you can get all sorts of these like audit logs of things that your users on my app not like your users on your app, but the people that work for your company that are interfacing with Waltr is what we're calling it. Having like a traceability of that would be like SOC 2 compliance type stuff. Yeah, exactly. Right. Like it's something that only enterprise really needs when they want to maintain SOC 2 compliance. So yeah, if they're going down that route, then they can afford to pay a premium. Hold on, sorry. And hold on, let me read this. Right now in Europe, you have a new cybersecurity law called NIS2, which basically states that every company above a certain size has to have a security vulnerability event. How do you know that? You're building an app exactly for that. So a pretty good opportunity for every week. There's a new app that does just that, and the number of companies is pretty limited. Yeah, yeah. So is that basically like a European version of SOC 2? Okay, okay. Just double checking. I was wondering, like, is SOC 2 actually a thing that European companies are concerned with? Or is NIS to, like, fill that void? Right? I guess that was the big thing. Like, I wasn't aware that SOC 2 was, like, a US only kind of thing. I thought it was, like, a worldwide thing. So I have no idea. So you spent the last 9 months in China, and the way they treat the digital space in general is crazy and so different from how the U.S. does. They basically have no laws. It's a free for all. Yeah, like the way they treat like copyright and all that stuff. Yeah, pretty crazy. So every major company has to have someone from the government on the board, and they can basically do any decision, usually about user data. Privacy doesn't exist in China. Well, I mean, it does for the government. They just don't call it privacy; they call it security. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but there's the age old quote: the person that would trade privacy for security deserves neither. Here's the link to my manifesto. I'm kidding. Let me go use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Give me a sec. I'm back. Um, Slums in China are more safe than any EU USA city. See, I think that's a tough statement to make because it's not like the data they're going to give us about that stuff is going to be actually accurate. It's like in Japan, no crimes go unsolved because they only investigate the crimes that they know they can solve. And that's fine. Anecdotal evidence is still anecdotal evidence. Right? There's a reason why witness testimony is not actually that valid in court. Right? Like average USA enjoyer, that's basically a logical fallacy that you're stating right now. Yeah, exactly, Yamateru. Right? Like average USA enjoyer's experience is only related to what they have seen within their bubble. Their bubble does not extend to the entire city. Yeah, here's the thing, Yamateru. You mentioned China, and then someone came in for their first time chat. I'm not saying you're a bot. I'm saying you are, there's definitely something that pushes us towards thinking, well, are you employed by the state to speak well of the country, Even your name seems pretty shady. Yes, I know they have people astroturfing the internet on their behalf. Uh-huh. Again, we can't know. But I do just want to point out your only interaction has been to speak well of China. Yeah, right? There are people employed to astroturf on China's behalf. There are people employed by all sorts of countries to astroturf the internet in a way that benefits them. If you had spoken up even once before this, it would have made a little more sense. If you had been following, it would have made a little more sense. Mm-hmm. So if I start talking about Tiananmen Square and Taiwan, you have no problem with that, right? What's up, Destroyer? I'm not sure what you're talking about there, average USA enjoyer. Other than the fact that China has funded opposition statements in basically every one of those conflicts. in pretty much every one of those conflicts. Yeah. Employee of the Chinese government is making themselves really obvious at this point. China funds the opposition in almost every case. Taiwan number one. I'm not saying my country's good. Like, at all. You just put those words in my mouth. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We just angered an employee of the Chinese government. Incoming DDoS. I'm not even kidding. You guys know that some of the more totalitarian governments out there employ entire swaths of people at pennies on the dollar just to astroturf the internet on their behalf, right? Like, that's a thing. They do that. Fun part about America is you don't even have to pay the people in the South to do that for you. They'll do it for free. See? My biting commentary cuts both ways, all right? Yeah, exactly. Hell yeah, America. Right? I don't know about that one. America, fuck yeah. That would be a better, like, version of the satirical America statement. The amazing part is how well that movie still holds up. Damn right, Rumple Foreskin. I live in Washington State. I've lived in the South. I've lived all over the U.S. I have not traveled abroad, but I got such a worldwide crowd here in chat that I feel like I've traveled. People from other countries have my sticker sheet. They can put my stickers up wherever, and then I get to travel vicariously. Hell yeah, the bread. That's a good reference. Nailed it. So yeah, real quick. You were over in Primogen's channel today. His title was a troll, right? I wish, Dr. Drap. Oh, man. Yeah, there's some amazing snowboarding up in, like, the Vancouver area. Like, Vancouver, BC. Like, man, Mount Seymour? I would love to go hang out with the skids, man. Seymour kids? Oh, that'd be the best. Oh, that'd be cool. I would happily move to Mount Seymour. Yep. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Devil's Eye. He even had quitting streaming like in the title too. I'm calling bullshit, but who knows? Yeah, yeah, I believe it was just bait. Go away, baiting. I know, right, Fezzik? That was fun. That was a good time. Notice how quickly we pivoted away once the person that was really, really like sidetracking us with that bullshit was like, oh man, so much better now. And Devil's Eye, yes, he is a full time streamer now. He used to work at Netflix, right? And yes, the snowboarding is like why I would love to be a Canadian. I mean, he makes money off YouTube. He makes money off of his Twitch stream. I'd be curious what his like his revenue from YouTube streaming is. He's also done sponsored content as a major thing. So they just did the like the Family Feud style like programming game show thing that was heavily like paid for by Century. They did a big thing at Laracon. I'm pretty sure Laravel paid them some money. So yeah, I believe they're doing like collaborative content. And then he's a I don't know. I'm not sure what their percentage split or whatever is, but he does the terminal coffee thing. You add up all those revenue streams together with how much he probably saved when he was working at Netflix. And yeah, he's probably got enough to live on. He lives in a part of the country where it's not like he's going to be paying for some crazy expensive private school or anything. So, how he schools his kids, I would guess it's not homeschooling, but who knows? Yeah, not sure. No, he definitely didn't do the honey sponsorship. I don't know if he does sponsored content on YouTube. Like, so far, most of what I've seen him do is like really like specialized content. Nah, like he really does get into like the toilet humor and like the Doctor Disrespect style humor. Way more than I'm into as well. But he's a good dude. He's a nice guy. And very often he says a lot of really cool stuff. I just not a big fan of his humor. I agree with that totally. His humor skews a bit right wing. There's a lot of people on the internet that really, really like that kind of humor. Yeah, the bread. I feel lucky that I saw you in there and saw your comment earlier, and I was like, oh hey, yeah, totally the bread. I agree. And that was it. Yeah, I was out like 5 minutes later for sure. I don't know if you even saw my comment. Like I tagged you and everything, but the chat moves so fast. Yeah, yeah. See, no problem. I don't even remember exactly what I said, so it couldn't have been that good. It was like literally 30 seconds after you posted. Did you leave immediately after you posted your comment? Yeah, so Yamateru, there's a different thing there. Like, his energy is really nice, actually. I think it's actually good as, like, streamer energy. I'm just not a big fan of the way he makes so much light of, like, the autism spectrum, etc. I don't like trivializing that stuff. I don't even like trivializing ADHD. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I can make a couple dead baby jokes. I don't mind making dead baby jokes, right? What's the difference between a truck full of dead babies and a truck full of bowling balls? You're not going to use a pitchfork to unload the bowling balls, right? Like, I can do dark humor without necessarily throwing people under the bus for something they can't control. No, no, and I get it, right? But, like, also, who's truly offended by that dark humor, right? I think it's okay. I've got some other jokes that people have told me over the years that I don't think are that okay. They're still hilarious, but I don't feel the need to repeat them. Yeah. I'm a big fan of dry humor. Ooh, yeah. Yamateru, I don't know if you know, but I watch Black Books, Father Ted. I've recently begun watching Blackadder, which I'd never actually seen before. But, like, I don't know. I watch a lot of British humor. I'm a huge fan, actually. Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. So good. Oh, so good. So I don't know if you've seen any of those, but I recommend them. They're really fun. Damn, Rumpleforsian, that sounds super gnarly. Yeah, if you've seen Garth Marenghi's, you should also check out Man to Man with Dean Lerner. It's basically the character that Richard Ayoade plays on, or not the character, but the actor he plays in the meta part of Garth Marenghi's. It's him basically doing like a talk show in which like the Garth Marenghi actor is like the guest most of the time, like almost every time. I don't think he is Devils. I think it was clickbait, which is also just another reason that I just don't watch as much as I would. He revels in the clickbait. He's a fan of getting one over on people. Like, I don't like that. I think it was BS, personally. I don't know for sure. I have no idea. Because I didn't watch the whole thing either. I watched enough and didn't get anything from it. And it felt like I got jebaited. Less competition? Here's the thing, right? Prime can be streaming at the exact same time I am. We don't actually compete. I'll hit about the same viewership numbers no matter what. Me and Theo, we don't really compete that much. We have a totally separate audience. They brought their audience over from other platforms. Anoop, we're in like a bit of a meta conversation at the moment. Someone rated in and we were looking at Discord.js and recognizing that, yeah, it's all like written in like common JS. Like it's a large bot too, which is kind of interesting. And then since that raid, we've just been ranting a little bit. Less competition in the job market? I don't know. I don't know anything about you, Devil's Eye, but I would just really point out, I don't think you're competing with Prime for any job Prime would be going for. He is like really, really up there as far as like experience and expertise. And like just recognize that what he rants about on stream is not the persona he brings to a job. Right? Like I remember years ago, he was like lamenting that he had to use Android Studio because he was doing some like Android stuff, right? And he'll happily use it. But if you actually take his stream persona that he has nowadays verbatim, he'd never touch that shit. Ugh, gross. Nah, why would he ever do that? No, like Prime the person is far more reasonable. He's a dude that's just willing to get shit done. On stream, I don't know if he gets anything done, but it's okay because it's entertaining. Now, again, looking in the mirror, pot meat kettle. I'm sitting here ranting. Am I getting anything done at the moment? No. I like to think I do ship stuff from time to time, though. Have I shipped a SaaS that I make money off of? No, not yet. We're working on it, okay? I don't want to necessarily make that comparison, Devil's Eye. I feel like that comparison just isn't fair. He's far more entertaining than I am. I think so, right? Just because I don't find it as entertaining. I think just simply numbers-wise, he is more entertaining than me. And that's where that, like, energy really does help. So, yeah, I don't know. Again, this is not meant, like, I like Prime. I like a portion of his content. I've been subscribed to Prime for 67 months. So I'm a fan. I just don't watch everything, you know? The binary stuff yesterday looked hard. Nah, the bread did all the work on that one. Nah. The bread did all the work. I was basically just prompting the bread. The bread was my AI for the day. And yes, I know, the invoice is in the mail. For some reason, the AI won't get it. I don't want to use Krakatoa. I'm not going to set up a Rust like tool chain, okay? Come on, AI. Figure it out. Are you still even out there, the bread? It's not fun if you're not here for this, like, faux talking shit. It's only fun if you're actually here for it. So now I feel bad. Now it just seems malicious. Shit. Okay, there you go. There you go. As an AI assistant, you can only assist Rust enjoyers. I enjoy Rust. I just don't think it was the right tool for the job. That's all. That's all. All right, so you were here for it. That makes it fun again. Yeah, exactly, Yamateru. Yeah, this is something I've said for years personally. Like, and I think it's like still just as relevant. The moment I'm reaching for an AI tool to solve a problem for me, I've already exhausted my Google searches. At which point, can AI even help me? No, AI is just an aggregator for Google searches at that point. Like, really, that's it. So in many cases, when I start, like, asking the AI some stuff, sure, I did it yesterday a bit, just to like really like try again. And it was all right. Like it helped a bit. But I still think the biggest like value we gained was actually like me and another human talking. So I get that, Yamateru. We were doing literal bit fiddling. Let me show you the script. Oh wait, do I not have the script open right now? Oh, yeah. No, we do. So basically, you know, I needed to implement a script into like part of my Docker container. And what it needed to do was modify the binary data of a DynamoDB local jar file, because that's how DynamoDB local is shipped by Amazon. They don't give us the source code. We couldn't compile it ourselves. Right? So instead, you know, I had to use a bit of what the bread was giving me about like how we could do some of this stuff, like especially stuff like this grep command and this cut and all that. Right? Like honestly, most of what we got here is actually from the bread. But there was a lot of like back and forth about it. So yeah, like Amazon doesn't ship DynamoDB local, so we had to unzip the jar file, modify the binary class file that was compiled, right? And then, or technically like find the offset first and then use that offset to print a different value there to increase our DynamoDB like GSI maximum limit. And then just recompile this file into the DynamoDB local.jar. So yeah, like, could I have done this on my own? Sure. It would have taken me a couple days with the bread and a little, like just the smallest bit of Claude helping. Yeah, we got there. Claude definitely helped with this part. Yeah, this line is basically all Claude. Most of this other stuff was the bread and like fiddling with it a bit. Yeah, this is not something you're going to do every day, right? This is not something any human being should memorize ever. But because DynamoDB local doesn't have a way of us overriding that value via any kind of like environment variable or anything, this is what we were resorting to. And if they simply made it open source, I would submit a PR to make that an environment variable that we can override, and then problem solved. Right? Like if they would just open source DynamoDB local, I'd make a PR for this right now. Because you can totally like write to Amazon and be like, hey, right, support, increase my GSI limit from the 20 that's default to 100. Sure, why not? But even if you get that done in production, DynamoDB local here has no way of overriding that. So you can't even like develop locally for these things. We were considering just using a cloud instance to debug this stuff and to actually like do our dev. That sounds like a terrible experience. Yeah, right? Like having to use the cloud for my dev, like iteration process, fuck that. So yeah, I plan on making like a good short YouTube video and maybe a blog post about this process that we went through to figure it out and like breaking down what some of these things do. And I might use some AI to explain these commands. That sounds actually fantastic to me. I could also just hit up my bespoke LLM, the bread. Yeah, it's a terrible developer experience. Yeah, anytime you're like using the cloud from your local system, you're setting yourself up for just bad times. Like just really bad times. which I actually had to do at a previous job. But this was also the job that didn't know what the hell they were doing, and they had every Lambda instance as its own Git repo. So they had 60 plus backend only Git repos for every endpoint they had in their API. And I believe it's ballooned up since then. And yeah, right? Like, what the fuck? Why would anyone do that? I don't know why. It's because they didn't know. They had no idea. It was their first time as engineers building a proper DynamoDB project. Yeah, make it a monorepo. It would have been so much easier. You know what they did instead? Oh, well, we have a common like shared library that we import and bring into all these things. We need to actually update the version of that shared like library for all of these endpoints. So we're going to have a Saturday merge party. I was front end, so I didn't have to actually do that. I showed up once to a Saturday merge party like, do you guys actually need me? And they were like, nah. And they spent most of their Saturday merging like version bumps, going up through dev, staging, and production with their like branch-based workflow. Like, oh my God, dude. The Saturday merge party is a story I will never stop telling because holy shit, you have done something so wrong with your engineering and you're just band-aiding over it. Plot twist, not really a plot twist, obviously, the main person behind that project used the phrase, we're building the plane while we're flying in it. Is this a plane made by Huffy? It sounds like a plane made by Huffy. Would you fly in a plane made by Huffy? They're like the super cheap bike company. No, you wouldn't do that. No one would do that. Why would you do that? I don't care how cheap the ticket is. They would deploy all 60 repos on a Saturday merge party. Yes. And they would actually have to review each other, send them up through the pipelines, do a bunch of QA manually. Like, it was the worst engineering practices I've ever dealt with. Ever. Like, it's gnarly, dude. They had one runner. I'm not even kidding. They had one runner. So they're sitting there waiting for these things that are queued up behind each other. Yeah, one runner for an entire insurance company. So when we got blasted by change requests from our webhook system to the CMS that we were like consuming to build our marketing site, that one runner got chewed up by that and the entire company ground to a halt. Like a company that owns a fucking skyscraper, or at least rents it. Like our entire pipeline for the entire company ground to a halt because one team had a runaway process because of a bad webhook process. It was, yeah, the worst engineering I've ever dealt with. And keep in mind that it gets worse than that. I haven't had to work for those companies. But dude, yeah. When you think, like, just recently, here on stream, we're building a thing at GitKraken called automations, in which you can have a PR, and when the PR comes in, we scan the PR for maybe like the amount of files changed, or, well, is there a certain file that's like a CSS file or whatever? Can we tag the person that's relevant towards the files that got modified? Here in chat, we have really good engineers. They're like, yeah, I could build that in like maybe 2 hours max as a GitHub action. How long do you think this team I was on previously would take to build an action that does something like that? Two weeks easily. Yeah, totally, right? Like, that's the thing. Sometimes we majorly overestimate how capable every other software team is. And that's to our own disservice, because there is software to be made that makes their jobs easier that you totally could have just done the thing, and who cares, right? But no, you can make their job easier and make money doing it. So yeah, that's something that I'm struggling with right now. How I phrase our automation stuff, right? And how I actually frame it, like, yes, if you are a really good dev, you could build out this. You could do this. But not everyone has that time. Like, I don't know how I'm going to phrase this right without, like, talking shit on people, you know? So that's the tough part. I'm still noodling around the phrasing. Yeah, phrasing is still a thing. But yes, I work at GitKraken, and we have a cool feature, but no one ever knows about these new features unless we make content promoting it, and how I make that content actually gets tough. Especially when I bring it to an audience like this, where there are people who are majorly capable. Yeah, Meme Trap, I get that, but we had multiple people here in chat like, you know what? I would be hard-pressed to get my company to care about 2 hours. Right? But again, they are a very capable dev, and it's 2 hours of their time. But at the same time, that's 2 hours that they're not spending doing something else. And I do really feel like that should be part of every company's, like, equation. Sure, it's just 2 hours, but what could they be using those 2 hours for instead? Now, hold on. Yeah, Devil's Eye, you're asking about CI/CD platforms. There's Circle CI, which is a big one. I think Circle CI is like one of the last few like independent ones that are valuable. Right? A lot of the others are mixed with like your Git hosting and stuff. Yeah, Yamateru, we do have a CLI. I may have like the phrasing wrong or whatever, but yeah, like if you use GK CLI, let me just hop to one of these tabs and you do like GK Launchpad. I'm pretty sure this Launchpad feature is going away, but they're focusing on like other CLI stuff that would have major value. So one of the big things that I think they're pushing for is like multi-repo changes and things like that, right? Again, I don't know the value of that personally, but, you know, I'm zoomed way in on this. If I zoom out a bit and we move up, like, yeah, just being able to see, like, well, okay, yeah, let's look at, like, a PR that's ready to merge. Sure. Like, being able to get this right there in your CLI because you don't want to use a web app or a whatever. Like, dude, I think this is amazing. But, and I think here's the biggest problem, it was never stable enough to make good content around it yet. And because they didn't see major adoption, I don't think they're moving forward too fast with this specific thing, and they're focusing on like other aspects of the CLI tool. That bums me out a little bit. Like, we should not be deprecating something like this before it's had a chance to grow. But, and I can't say too much more probably, because I don't want to dox too much and blah, blah, blah. I think this is important. I think this is majorly important. I think there are enough people who are CLI-only users that would benefit from Launchpad that we're good to go. Right? Like, you can get so much, like, info about, like, the PRs and, like, all this stuff. Like, it's so good. Like, it's so good. This is amazing to me. But yeah, the fact that it's not being prioritized because usership wasn't high enough, I blame the fact that the product wasn't stable enough to promote for a long time. Yeah, so I will point out, if you are, yeah, that's GKCLI, man. Yeah, I know I've shown it here on stream before, Space Case. But real quick, I do believe Daniel C. Rowe, right? You guys know him. He's the, you know, the Next.js guy. I believe he's actually building something that is GitHub only. The problem is, like, ours, right? Let me go, hold on, it's loading. Let's load up the help. If I hit H, and we maybe say, like, switch provider, yeah, we can switch to, like, Azure, Bitbucket, GitHub, or GitLab, and see our PRs from any of those platforms, right? That's pretty cool. What about, hold on, what's the other? Switch issue tracker, right? Yeah, you could wire up your issues and, like, all that stuff to be reported from all of these platforms. We should not be abandoning this amazing functionality. We should improve it for the things that they messed up in building it the first time. But yeah, like, the thing Daniel C. Rowe is going to build is basically going to be GitHub only. We can support all of these other things. Like, that would be amazing. That'd be so good. Yeah, if you're not using GitKraken, some of this you might not get as part of the free tier. You might need, like, a paid account. I don't remember. I'd say check it out. If it was integrated into LazyGit. Yeah, to make that work, we'd have to expose it as, like, an API or some way of, like, getting, like, a CLI data version of this data. And that would be trickier, but doable. Oh, so you're already paying for GitKraken. Oh, I didn't know that, Yamateru. So yeah, you're good to go. Yeah, you got all the features you need at that point. I'd say check it out. And if they deprecate it, raise hell. Because I can only say so much. You're a fan. I didn't know that. Yeah, I work there as a developer advocate. My job is just to make videos. Oh, definitely Space Case. I agree, but we don't have an API that we could, like, authenticate with that way. Right? Like, the way they have authentication and their API right now is not integratable. I've been pushing for a public API for ages. Right? For, I want to say 4 or 5 months, easily. I would say check out Circle CI there, Devils. It's really good. At the end of the day, Devils, like, migrating from one CI/CD pipeline to another is not that big of a deal. So just give one a try, and if you grow, you can fix it. The problem with, like, CI/CD, or not problem, but, like, the main thing with CI/CD is you're not beholden to the size of your, like, customer base. You're not beholden to any of your customer base for CI/CD. You're beholden to the size of your team. So once your team grows to a level where your CI/CD is costing you too much, you can just migrate because you have enough of a team to justify so. So that's my main point, Devil's Eye. Like, don't get too hung up on a CI/CD platform. Just don't do it. Like, just use the one that's built into your Git provider anyway, and just move on. And then the moment you actually have to deal with scaling that, you should have enough of a dev team that it doesn't matter. Even then, you need someone to maintain a self-hosted runner, right? That's someone's job to do so. That's only something like a company that needs to scale should have. The major features of GitKraken. Well, let me put it this way. I can go into one of these files and I can see who updated this line as of last week. That's GitLens. That's a thing that GitKraken owns. Right? So if you use GitLens in VS Code, you're already, like, well on the path to being a customer. You just don't get, like, some of the cloud features like Launchpad or, you know, some of the other things, right? The integrations, etc. Right? The commit graph. Here on this project, the commit graph isn't going to matter. But, right, see, here it's a pro feature. Right? Maybe I just started a free trial. This is not a great project to demo the commit graph. But just imagine I had other people contributing and they were doing their branches and merging them in and all that. You'd see that as a graph, and you'd be able to even like search your PRs and like, dude, like, I don't know. Are we doing anything with AI? No results. Okay. How about UI? No results. Docs. There we go. So we got 5 like docs things. Like the searchability and interactivity of our commit graph is actually one of the bigger selling points. Yeah, so Yamateru, that commit graph that you get in GitKraken Desktop is the same as the one that we have right here in GitLens as well. Maybe Space Case. Again, it would basically have to be open source at that point, and it's not open source. The only open source project we have is GitLens. Yeah, exactly, Yamateru. Like you're a command line user, you're probably using NeoVim. I get it. But what I'm getting at is just simply our goal as a company is to provide all of these same features across all of these surfaces you might use it on, which is why I'm so enthused and also a little bit bummed that they're planning to sunset this CLI functionality. I think it actually breaks our promise of meeting developers where they are. And yes, I will raise it as a stink whenever I can. But, you know, without enough users, it's hard to justify the cost, like maintenance-wise. I don't know. Bums me out a little bit, but whatever. That's fine. I can't dig too much deeper. Yes, regardless of the tool someone uses to edit code, they should get the same functionality that they're expecting, right? Wherever they are. I had one dev say, well, I'm a CLI user. Keep in mind, they're not a NeoVim user. I don't mind going out to the browser to get my Launchpad. A major portion of our marketing is about reducing context switching. Having to switch to your browser instead of the terminal that you're living in is inducing context switching. So yeah, I don't know. I can only fight so many battles. I think the biggest battle I want to fight is actually getting us to make a public API. And then something like Launchpad isn't something we even need to build or maintain anymore. That can just be something someone else builds something for. Awesome. Yeah, I think integrations and plugins and all sorts of stuff are our future, but I don't see a lot of other people focusing on that, which I think is a problem. Could you imagine if we just had like a plugin system? Right? Like WordPress plugin ecosystem style? That'd be so much better. Right? Like build out a plugin for GitLens, build out a plugin for, GitKraken Desktop. You want to add a new provider that, works with Linear or some other like hosting platform that we're not even going to be able to predict? Yeah, we don't need to maintain it, but you need it? Well, yeah, we can give you the tools to build it. I don't know, like that level of extensibility, I think is really important. Yeah. I don't know. If I had my way, we would be building a plugin system for everything right now. Now, granted, building a plugin system is not easy, but I don't think we're even doing like interviews around like what people would want from a plugin system. I gave a talk at SquiggleConf about what building a Wasm-based plugin system would look like. But anyway, I digress. We can actually get back to some code. I don't think that talk is online yet. Oh, no worries there, Hook. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, similar to the NeoVim ecosystem, etc. Like, just... Yeah, like, there would be effort to do it. Like, we could do it like NeoVim. I would rather see us do it closer to, like, how WordPress does it. Like, one-click install kind of stuff. But no, I don't think the talk is online. I know they have, like, talked about putting it online. I need to actually, like, reach out to the organizers. Yeah, like a plugin like store or marketplace or whatever would be essential, for sure. So hold on, I'm going to ask this over in the SquiggleConf Discord. Yeah, because a big problem we have at GitKraken is like UI overload, right? So instead being able to opt into UI that you want rather than like being able to opt out of it would be worthwhile too. But just being able to like compose the UI in a way that you can eliminate a lot of the distractions would be really useful. So yeah, I asked over in the SquiggleConf thing. Ooh. Okay. So yeah. I just got some feedback. They are still planning it. SquiggleConf videos are a plan still. They will happen, and I look forward to promoting that when it happens. My talk was just like a 10-minute talk, though. It was very simple. All I did was basically talk about a little bit of the history of Wasm, and then I went into and talked about Xtism as a plugin framework, basically, right? A way for you to like use their framework to build out plugins for your tools. which is super cool, right? And then I talk about like, well, there's more to plugin systems than just building it, right? You got to host it. You got to do other stuff, right? But okay, cool. So we're getting some really, really good stuff. Um, okay, yeah. So I might have just volunteered myself to help out with some of the video editing. So yeah, I might help get that stuff launched. Hell yeah. Okay, so I do need to go pour some more water. Yeah. Real quick, let me go use the restroom and pour some more water because I'm running out of water. But yeah, I may have just volunteered myself for some video editing, which I'm okay with. I'm happy to help. Let me get another song going real quick because it's about to end. And this song's a bit heavy. We haven't played this album in ages, though, so maybe this one. This one's a bit crunchy. So yeah, BRB, let me go pee. Give me just a sec. And I'll pour some more water while I do. And I'm back. Sorry for the delay. And yeah, this album gets super crunchy. I'm not sure if we're on the songs yet. Yeah, this song's good, right? Okay. So, yeah. I look forward to that talk being made public. But really, like the gist of that talk, it's a short one. I don't go too deep into it, but I do really think that WebAssembly as a plugin system is really compelling. And I got to meet the CEO of the company for Xism. I forget the name of their company, Dilibso. I got to meet him when I went to GitHub Universe, which was awesome, and he's super cool. I didn't recognize him at first because his like Twitter profile image doesn't look anything like him, which is pretty common, right? But yeah, they have another thing that they work on too that I forget the name of. Right, Dilibso is great. If we look at their products, XTP. So XTP is like very similar to what we were just talking about, where like you need an ecosystem, you need this stuff built up. I didn't even realize they were making XTP and like what I was talking about when I gave the talk. Like I had no idea. But when I was talking to Steve, like the Dilibso guy in San Fran, he was like, "Yeah, like you made this talk and you basically like explained the entire use case for XTP when you didn't even know about it." Like, Yeah, because building and maintaining a plugin ecosystem is hard. So yeah, kind of cool that they're like really focusing on like all the pain points. Like I helped them prove out at least a part of their, like their product market fit just by happening upon the same exact problem that they're trying to solve. It was really cool. If they end up needing a DevRel at some point, that would be really fun to do. Maybe even just like contract basis, but I just struggle to find time for like contract content creation. Unless it just amounts to like, yeah, can I stream it? Oh, well, I can make time for a stream. Video editing, though? I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, let's continue with what we're doing. Yeah. Before we got off on that giant diatribe, enjoying our Friday, which I'm stoked to have y'all hanging out for. But yeah, seriously, Yamateru, I would say like really, really do consider Xtism. It's just there are some caveats to how you do certain things. Like as an example, if you want to write a Go plugin that ties into some other interface, whatever, right? Your HTTP requests inside of your plugin written in Go are not going to use the native net HTTP interface. Instead, you're going to use their sandboxed version because the host provider for that plugin system can dictate like what domains are allowed, etc. The only way they can facilitate that is by creating their own abstraction on top of net HTTP, right? As an example. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with Go. So, yeah, hope I'm not like saying a bunch of stuff that doesn't matter to you. But yeah, basically, for HTTP requests, there's going to be some magic where the host provider provides like the domains that are allowed, which helps you do some sandboxing and stuff like that. Exactly. Yeah. Like, it's all. I don't know if I still have it, but there's a really cool like bit of how like the memory between these things is like shared and like messages are passed, etc. Let's see. Do I actually have that? Presentation. Not a different kind of serverless. Cross-framework components? No. I give a lot of talks, don't I? Like, dude, this is way too many talks. Okay, hold on. Let's go to my list of repositories. Wait, is this one I did? Oh, hold on. Here it is. Yeah, I published it to the wrong place. Ooh, and remember what I was saying? Like, this is a crunchy album? Ooh. Super crunchy. Do I have a good image for this? There you go. Yeah, this is a good image that I had to make. Yeah, you know it's good music when it makes you make the same face that you would have if you like smelled something that didn't smell quite right. Like, right? Like, yeah, yeah. That face, that's how you know you've got a good album on your hands, or like a good song. Exactly. So yeah, basically, and yeah, sorry, like the diff or like the color differentiation there, the contrast is not great. But basically, your plugin has its own memory space. Your host has its own memory space. And then they have like a shared memory space, which is how you pass data from the plugin to the host. So there's a bit of like, there's a lot of message passing between these things when you're building out a plugin ecosystem using XDism. But by doing so, it gives you safety to not leak data between these things if you happen to install possibly a malicious plugin or something, right? You're not leaking the entire memory space of your host application. To a degree, but IPC is the wrong way to think about it. It depends on the language implementation of it being a separate process or not. But like depending on the language, there is scoping of your memory access and what you're able to actually do. Right? Like it's hard to make a general like this is the way it works across all of them because depending on the language, you have to make like concessions about like whether it's a separate process or not versus whether it's a thread that you're separating, right? Things like that, or versus something else. It's not dynamic based upon what you would do as a plugin author or as a host author. It is dynamic based upon the language that you're implementing these things in. For the most part, you as an author or a host don't have to care about how it's happening. You just know that these things are sandboxed and you don't deal with that part. Right? So the main gist is it's an implementation detail as far as like the consumer of a plugin, like the creator of a plugin might be concerned, or the consumer of plugins might be concerned. The way these things are separated via process or like memory arena or just some JS version, I don't know. The way that's actually done is an implementation detail that you don't have to care about, but you should at least be aware of as you're doing some of this stuff. Exactly, right? Like, as a plugin author, you don't have to care about this, but just understanding that it is how it works will at least make some things that you're assuming to work not work as you quite expected, right? But yeah, I'm a big fan of XDism. Like, just awesome, man. Like, really, really awesome. You should definitely check it out because it works with basically any of the languages you care about. Yeah, Zig, Rust, Go, .NET, Elixir. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Like, to care about it is an edge case, though, space case. To care is an edge case, but to know that your data is safe is the common case. To have really good questions is the space case. I don't know. That was a bad joke. I'm not sure what I could have done better there. I definitely could have made a better joke, but yeah. Like good questions, good comments. Like I think you get it. I'm just trying to be meta with it, okay? And yeah, We Leave Tonight. This is a good album, right? Like, dude, this is one of my favorites. I don't listen to it nearly enough because the crunchiness of it is very specific. Like, I don't always want to have something like take me out of the moment with something this like good and crunchy. Exactly. Yes. Right? Because that separation incurs message passing between these things. And they encourage JSON to be that message passing just because it is like universally compatible, right? You could do your own like message format if you want. You could do protobuf, you could do whatever. They do like in their docs recommend JSON as like the data handoff format, right? You could do any message passing you want, though, Yamateru. Yeah, you could do protobuf, you could do Avro, you could do whatever you want. Like, not a big deal. JSON is just simply what they recommend in the docs for compatibility reasons. Like, at the end of the day, your host application needs to be able to accept what this plugin is giving you. So your host would be the thing dictating what format you use to pass data by. So yeah, if you write your host in a way that like it fully just only accepts protobuf or whatever, then yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's ways that you can support more than one, sure, but you typically just have to do at least one. Okay, no worries there, We Leave Tonight. I was really curious. I've done the same thing, so no big deal. But yeah, what are you eating, right? This is the foodie tax. What are you eating? You are required to tell us at this point because you spam chat. I'm kidding. You don't have to. It's fine. Whatever. McDonald's. Okay. Well, what's your order? Yeah, to do it with NeoVim plugins would be tough. Yeah, that would be a lot tougher. I agree, Yamateru. Like, that would be tricky. I still think it would be really interesting and that the Xtism people should be exploring what it would look like. Right? To like support NeoVim, to make like a NeoVim plugin intermediate layer to where you could write a NeoVim plugin in .NET or something. That'd be really cool, wouldn't it? That'd actually be really cool. That'd be really cool, actually. So you got this special they had on, and this is some Canadian stuff. It's a maple bacon poutine themed after hockey. No joke. Excuse me. Oh, Space Case. I'm sorry. I'd like to refund that. I just don't think now's a good moment for it. I know. I'm sorry. Like, we've already been ranting for so long that I'd like to get back a little bit to getting something done. Yeah, so let me refund the points, and maybe tomorrow, if you find a good moment. Yeah, I'm sorry. Can I get a mod to refund those points? I don't know if you can refund your own space case. Maybe give that a try. You'll be putting a Gundam together. Well, yeah, then I can give you a good song while I play. Yeah, I mean, no worries. Like, I'm sure we got other mods here. Like, come on. We definitely have other mods here. I have too many mods. So Four Wheel refunded his own. Oh shit. So Four Wheel, what did I forget? What did I not do for you? Sorry? Okay, it wasn't on my channel. It was on someone else's. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, let's keep going. I know, we just spent the past like hour ranting. I'm okay with it. As long as y'all are okay with it. It was a good rant. It was happy hour. Yeah, totally. No big deal. Let me take a vitamin D. I didn't do one this morning. I forgot. No, and like Yamateru and everyone else, like thank you for like making me reach out to SquiggleConf about their editing stuff. I'd happily help them out. Like I'm totally down with that actually. Yeah, I could help them do some editing. I don't mind at all. I feel like it would be like simpler editing too. Like the editing I had to do for GitCon was basically just syncing up the audio. That was it. That's like all the editing I had to do. I feel like my coworker put in way more effort towards that editing than I did, but still, like some of it was heavier, some of it was really just not that big a deal, which I think is interesting. Yeah, exactly, Yamateru. I was gonna say, like, you're EU. You even mentioned it earlier. Like, dude, it is late. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. And yeah, we'll chat again soon. Thank you for hanging out. I do appreciate it. Let me get more music going though, because again, I keep picking these like shorter albums, and I need to pick something a little bit longer. That's what she said, right? There you go. We can get a little crass with our jokes from time to time, right? No problem. We don't need to go full on Primogen, but we can be like we can make a joke every once in a while, okay? Yeah, we're gonna do this, right? Ease ourselves into something not quite synthwave, but still try and get some work done. And the big issue is, yeah, I need to get to my queues. And yeah, account quotas. So this is the function. We pass in quota adjustments table, and we need to create an adjustment. So we're doing this, right, per account. We create the account quota. All right, so the main thing is we want to do this based upon like a random value. Now, we don't want to do a return. So if we are within like the 40% of users, right? And this is just like fixture like slash seed data. Right. So we're adjusting the limit. God, yeah, the more I work on this, the more I am less keen on adjustments. But basically, the adjustment ends up needing to have a user who made the adjustment attached to it. Hmm. Okay, so hold on. Yeah, nope. We're running into there we go. I mean, it would be quota.default limit, but we don't have the quota here, and that's something that we should be passing in. Okay, so we have the full quota, right? So it's either account quota.limit or default limit, because we default that, at least for now. Well, and this album's a bit quiet, huh? Yeah, no, Squirrely, like, dude, this album's so good. Yeah, Cosmo Sheldrake. Yeah, it's like Irish redneck rap. I don't know how to phrase that any better, but it's accurate, right? It's either Scottish or Irish. I don't know the difference. I think it's Irish. Maybe it's just UK. Like we could just say UK and not have to worry about the difference. Way easier. And the only people that would be upset by me saying that are people in Ireland. Tomato, tomato, right? Yeah, I don't know where Cosmo's actually from, so I'd have to look that up. He's super good, though. All right, so we modify the current limit by that. We do need to create this. Oh, this is a good song, actually. I usually skip this one, but no, it's not bad. Can we be friends now? Maybe? Oh, you did get timed out. Hold on. We can be friends. Oh, okay. So I get it, M. Yeah, no worries. No, and I get it. I see your comment. Like, yeah, no, you were actually, like, you had a good point, right? The 1Password thing might be valuable. We found a better way of not having to deal with entering the code every time, and that was actually making our data persist instead. But no, I get it there, M. Like, no, you're good. I'm sorry. Like, I was probably just... It's tricky. As a streamer, I do have to be constantly on my guard against people that don't mean well, but I need to actually assume that most people mean well. And there's like a finite balance between those two conflicting statements. So I appreciate you. Thank you for coming back. I'm guessing you just recently subbed, or were you subbing before that? I don't know. Either way, you're good. I think my big problem was cheer up, have a good night, cross the line, you know? That was like the thing where I was like, all right, fuck off, timed out, right? Oh, you did sub before. Okay, I appreciate the sub. Thank you. But again, a sub's not going to buy forgiveness for a statement as over the line as cheer up, have a good night, you know? So again, thank you. Appreciate you being back. But at some point, you gotta know that that statement is a little too, like, passive-aggressive, right? Yeah, for sure. And yeah, I got a little annoyed too. It's fine. It happens. But that was like the toe over the line. Right? It was. And I get that. I totally understand. Yeah, I totally get it. We're good, man. You admitting that is really, like, that's really good of you. Thank you. I was probably overly aggressive, not just passive aggressive. But yeah, you know. Yeah, I mean, this front end's been here the whole time. We were just in the middle of other stuff, okay? Like, just the way it works. We got too much to make. It's a large application. It is what it is. This is my own thing that I hope to launch a software as a service business out of. Let me get another album going here in just a sec. Okay, there we go. And let's do another Cosmo Sheldrake. Oh, he actually has something newer. Let's give something new a try. It's a 21 song album? He's English. Okay. So he's just like, he's like fake Irish. He's like so like rural English that he might as well be Irish. I'm kidding, by the way. I'm sorry. Someone probably took offense to that. That's my bad. There you go. You're English. You can confirm he's fake Irish. Exactly. Now, like, here's something that you don't normally get from a lot of like pop culture English stuff. There is actually a lot of like rural British. Like, not everybody lives right there in like Great Britain, like in London, right? There are plenty of rural English. It's just fun to call them fake Irish. How come you never see any Cockney Goths? They're just too cheerful. Ruins it for the rest of them. It's his actual legal name? It's not just like a music name? That's his legal name. Cosmo Sheldrake. Dude, his parents were hippies for sure. Oh, dude. His parents were hippies. Hence the fake Irish. I get it. Yeah, totally. His dad's a parapsychologist. Oh my god. I only know that term because of the movie High Spirits. I think that's the name of it. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's it. High Spirits is great because not only do you get like a young Beverly D'Angelo, you get like a young, Daryl Hannah, right? You get awesome just Peter O'Toole and Steve Guttenberg. But you get a pervert Liam Neeson as well. Right? Who could turn down a pervert Liam Neeson? Shut up, mother! Like, dude, Peter O'Toole does such a good job of playing, like, the unrepentant drunk. Life goals. Shut up, mother! Like, dude, the way he says it and everything. Like, it's so good. And that's within the first 5 minutes of the film. I'm not ruining shit. Yeah, it's a fun film. I'm not going to say it's a good film, but it's a fun film. And you can watch it for free on Tubi TV and pretty much every other platform because it's a Steve Guttenberg headlined film. Yeah, no, it didn't make any money. No one's paying to watch this. All right, so we're skipping this song. Yeah, it's a brand new album by Cosmo. I haven't heard it at all, so there are going to be songs that kind of suck. We just got to skip them. That's all. Sean Bean or Sean Bon? He should go by Sean Bon. Ooh, this is good. Hold on. So I need to paste this for the YouTube. They are missing out on how awesome this new album is. We're currently on song number 4. Sean Bean, Sean Barn. Yeah. Sean Bean sounds like a porn star. French Carpenter, same thing. Right, Zix? Like, dude, this is a good vibe from this song. I like it. This is solid. What up, Code Drift, Mr. Sir? We were just talking about Steve Manuel. I think that's his last name. From Xtism. Like, we were just talking about Xtism earlier. Right? Like, where I met you, basically. Like, yeah. Like, just cool small world shit. Love it. Steve Wassam. Yeah, that's his real name, right? I don't know what his real last name is, but his official last name is now Wassam. Yeah, I just feel so bad. I didn't recognize him because his, like, Twitter profile image doesn't look like him. Like, at all. Like, I swear, like, he just picked someone else's photo. Oh, your Twitter profile image doesn't look like you either? So, granted, my Twitter profile image is me, like, 10 years ago. So it's a little thinner than I am now, but people should be able to recognize me based on my Twitter profile image, right? Oh, you didn't recognize Steve. Okay. Yours is you as at your weirdest. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I didn't recognize Steve at first either, right? Come on, man. He's either doing it on purpose or he doesn't know. Did I have the red beanie when we met? Oh, was it? Okay, all right. Do I really look that different? I'm so curious about that. Huh. Okay. Your people brain was cooked. No, I get that. That's fine. I get it. I get it. Like, at the bare minimum, my Twitter profile looks like me, right? Like, here on stream. Like, the difference is negligible. Besides, like, the bad mustache. You need my playlist. I mean, you can just do song and get, like, the exact song I'm playing. This is our first time listening to this album by Cosmo Sheldrake, and I will most likely end up buying it. Because he fucking kills it. He's so good. Like, it's not just like his like rural Irish, like fake Irish rapping or whatever. Like the backing tracks are super good too. Right? Like, this backing track is good. All right, so maybe I'm feeling extra lazy, but I just realized I don't want to cook tonight. That could be the whiskeys that did that, but I can just order Indian food and call it good. No, I like to cook meals. I just don't feel like cooking one tonight. I'll probably cook tomorrow night because I'm lazy. What do I order from Indian food? Butter chicken. Garlic naan. Canned sake. I'm not sure how I feel about canned sake. All right, hold on. We're skipping this song. He's trying to put us to sleep. What a jerk. What a jerk. I struggle to find the difference between good sake and bad sake. They both just kind of taste like sweaty feet. I don't actually know what sweaty feet taste like, but we can use our imagination. Dude, this backing track. And no, I'm not. No, definitely not. Okay, so the worst quality sake has an aftertaste you're not into. Okay, all right. So yeah, I guess I don't know if I've had bad sake before then. I do tend to like go out and eat sushi with people that have opinions about sake, so they probably don't order the bad stuff. It's not something I would ever order on my own. Oh, you mean sake? Like the thing where I got to drink like twice as much of something that still tastes not that great when I could just take a shot of whiskey instead? You were trying to get stuff done, so you couldn't do whiskey on stream. I feel targeted by that statement. I'm kidding, by the way. I'm a professional. Ooh, there we go. Nailed it. I'm mainly a bourbon drinker. The bourbon we're on right now is Henry McKenna. It's quite good. Oh, hold on. What you cooking though? Because this is a foodie stream in disguise. Yeah, I'm taking like the easy way out, not cooking tonight, but I plan on cooking again here soon. You've seen it, you know. What are you cooking though? Hold on. Widgeon? Is that a fancy word for pigeon? Did you catch your own pigeon and you're cooking it now? So you went duck hunting in the city and you came back with pigeon. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds like a San Fran thing. Yeah, I might hunt and eat some woos at some point. It's just golf course goose. No big deal. Okay, I get it. So, okay, touche. But I'm not even kidding. If I want to eat good, I can just go catch a golf course goose. Pluck and skin that fucker. Call it good. Like, if shit hits the fan, I got golf course geese to eat for days. – 200 meters from a farm? Okay. You know people got hanged for cattle rustling, right? That's a dangerous game right there. Oh, same. Yeah, yeah. I know how to prepare a fish. I know how to prepare, like, a Canadian goose would F me up. I don't know about that one, man. Like, We Leave Tonight. Have you ever heard this story? I'm pretty sure Goose tells stories about me to the rest of their flock. So here we go. When I was young, I was maybe like 4, maybe 5 years old. We were moving from Texas all the way up to Jersey and like took a stop in between in Pennsylvania. But the important story is Texas, or at least somewhere between Texas and Pennsylvania. My dad had a friend, Mike Fuquay, who lived in basically like a trailer on a bunch of property somewhere out in the boonies. It was fantastic. It was really great. We went out there. We stayed and like rested for a night or two. When we first showed up, there's a big flock of geese on their land. They also had like a light pole and like a little baseball field kind of like diamond setup to where they would play and game and whatever and do all that stuff. When we first get there, I'm like little. My little brother is maybe like 1 or 2, maybe 3. He's just such a baby. Like, he doesn't need this talk, but I needed this talk. And they're like, hey, so as you're wandering around the property, the geese might get up in your face. You have full permission to just like whop them with a stick or something, right? Like, no big deal. Like, yeah, just let them know who's boss. So I heard that. Cool. My parents continue talking and I disappear. About 10 minutes later, they see me with a stick walking right towards the geese. And of course, like the bull goose, the one that's like the alpha of the goose pack, starts like honking at me, like coming up to me like, hey man, back off of the pack. And I got my stick as like a 5-year-old kid and I whopped him right in the neck. From then on, for the entire like 2 or 3 days we were there, those geese would clear the fuck out every single time I got near them. Everyone else, totally fine. But if I got within 100 yards, they would make way. So as a 5-year-old, I understood how the animal kingdom worked, and I established my dominance. Just whop them right in the middle of the neck. Huh? Boom. Geese fear me now. I've never had a single goose even make a single like gesture towards me ever again. Ever. 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 They just all back up. I swear, geese tell stories about me. I think geese tell stories about me. You ever hear the story about that kid that just whomped a fucking bull goose right in the neck? I don't know what the real term is, okay? But you know what I meant, right? They get goosebumps when they hear the stories about me. Boom. Roasted. Nailed it. Well done. The flock, right? Goose pack, goose flock, whatever, right? Huh. Right? I mean, so We Leave Tonight. Obviously, you've never whomped a goose right in the neck. I'll never forget that sound. I'll never forget that sound. Huh? Like, dude, it's really good. Because he was about to honk at me, but he got, like, whomped, like, mid-honk or whatever. Like, I don't know, man. But again, established dominance. That's just the animal kingdom right there, right? As a kid, I understood how animals work better than I will ever understand them now. Not quite. Like, they would definitely, like, fan away from me, but it wasn't quite like I wouldn't wander through the middle of the pack. I might be able to do that, but I think they would still try and group up just because they do have major, like, pack tendencies and they don't like to split the pack. But they did avoid me. Like, they would not come within yards of me. It was kind of cool. I don't know what you mean by that. I let myself get distracted as much as I want because this is the stream and I don't have to worry about story points or any of that bullshit. I don't like to label myself. I'm sorry. Like, yeah, I might have tendencies towards some phrases people like to bandy about. I am what I am. I'm Popeye style. I am what I am. I'm never, ever, ever going to use a condition as an excuse. Nah. Other than, yeah, my shoulder dislocates, so I can't throw a baseball anymore. Like, that's a condition I have that dictates a lot of what I do. I have to be careful putting on a hoodie every day, right? Well, yeah. Procrastinate? I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. No, I'm like a major procrastinator. I procrastinate all sorts of stuff. My favorite, like, not my favorite, but one of my favorite quotes from the Hitchhiker's Guide trilogy is deadlines. I love deadlines. I especially like the whooshing sound they make as they go by. Deadlines? I love deadlines. I especially like the whooshing sound they make as they go by. So yeah. Exactly. Dude, like, we leave tonight, yes. Douglas Adams is my fucking spirit animal. Absolutely, dude. Yes. 1000%. Douglas Adams is my spirit animal. Is it any wonder I really like British TV? Red Dwarf, Father's Head, Black Books, IT Crowd. Is it any wonder that those are my favorite TV shows? I don't think so. Yeah, I love all that shit. Dude, it's so good. Yeah, they're the best. They're good. They're great. Right? Graham Linehan, terrible human being. But the content he's made, yeah, he can't sully that. We can separate the art from the artist. How you doing, Elminson? What you up to? Yeah, IT Crowd's amazing. It's just super good. Dude, this new album by Cosmo is fucking killing it. Not every single song. We had to skip 2 so far, but not bad. You're about to grind some data structures and algorithms. Let's pour one out for Elminson. Yeah, no worries, Sandwich. Sandwich, I totally saw you chatting over in Primogen stream earlier, right? Or was that Adam13531 or Adam Learns Live? I definitely saw you in a stream I was lurking. I forget which one it was. I lurked both today. Did you get jebaited by the Primogen's like clickbait title? Yeah, I got jebaited. No? Dude, Sandwich, there's someone else with your name then. Someone else has the name Sandwich in a way that I totally thought was you. Yeah, come to think of it, they didn't do the leak code, like the leet speak thing with their name. You watched Theo's stream today. That was bait. Yeah, he just released a fucking Chat GPT wrapper, right? I mean, more power to him, but I'll never use it. In the same way, I would probably never use upload thing either, because I can just do the upload thing myself. Because it's not that tough. It's not a very smart model he's using, so he's using one to optimize for cost. So you have questions you judge like LLMs by. Ooh, I'd be curious what those questions are, Mr. Elfman. Ooh, okay. Yeah, he's optimizing for speed, but getting the wrong answer faster than any other platform is just not that great. Like, who wants to optimize for the wrong answer? Well, hold on. Someone was able to subscribe twice. That's a feature for Theo rather than a bug. That's a feature, right? Being able to sub twice. Theo will take the money. Yeah, totally. And this is not a slight on him. Like, no, like, obviously. If you want to subscribe twice to my Twitch stream, shit, I guess there's no way to do that. Damn it. Come on, Twitch. No, you can just, like, up the tier. I get it. Right? We should be optimizing for the mistakes people make, you know? Like, whenever Twitch randomly, like, drops and doesn't show your sub, you get encouraged to, like, sub again. Twitch should be optimizing for that, not away from that. Come on. I know for a fact some people have had that bug, right? Like, hey, what's up? Like, I just lost my badge. What happened, man? Like, are you mad at me? No, Twitch is just fucking up. But Twitch could totally capitalize on that. If your badge disappears, allow you to resubscribe, even though you were already subscribed. Just add it to the fucking quota. Boom, problem solved. So your main go-to question for an LLM is write a float to string implementation from scratch in C. Do not write the string in reverse. Write it right to left. AIs always get this wrong. They forget the period. They forget to handle infinity. They handle the integer first, then decimal second. Ooh, like all that sounds awful. I get it. Like, no, he's optimizing for cost. It's really easy to recognize, and it's fine. Like, I get it. Like, he made a good interface to an AI. It doesn't mean he's using the best AI, though. At some point, if he's looking for feedback, I would offer that as some feedback. But yeah, like, for most of what Theo's trying to do, it's almost like the same thing that GitKraken's trying to do. We're aiming for the devs that just don't know better, that are maybe not at the point where they can solve it better. So yes, I chatted with people here in chat, like our automation system for GitKraken. Could you recreate everything one of those automations would do with a GitHub action? You definitely could. Like, you totally could. For the best devs, it's like maybe an hour or two of like writing it, testing it, and making sure it works. And then you're done. For the devs that we're actually targeting, like it's easily like a week as a sprint target of a task you got to do. And then, like, bare minimum, it's a week. And then also, well, hold on. Did you solve every edge case? Oh, no. We're going to have bugs, and you got to maintain and fix those bugs because you wrote it slightly wrong. At which point, like, the automation becomes really valuable. So it's not a GitHub Action simulator, but it is, hey, you made a change to a CSS file. Can we tag the designer for it, right? You can have that action as a thing on that condition. Sure. You committed a .env file. Well, hey, you committed a .env and now it's just forever in Git history. You should probably go revoke whatever tokens that you have set. And like we create a checklist of you doing those things. There's like a whole like set of things you can do with GitHub's or with GitKraken's automations that would be paying some DevOps focused individual that knows all about GitHub actions and the actions that exist that you could glue together into an action rather than running all of it yourself. Even then, like, don't you think the person making that could spend their time better? And I think that's the way that we need to like market this thing. Because I tried explaining this to Twitch chat and we had a bunch of people who are experts be like, no, I could write that GitHub action in a week. Like maximum. And really like a couple hours. At that point, what value is GitKraken serving? And that's what I need to make a video about. And that's why I'm kind of like talking about it. Because shit, I need to really like figure out the scope of this thing that actually matters. But just recognize what I pointed out with the team that had a repo per lambda function. There are people doing shit wrong everywhere. The people that are gonna do things wrong, can we save them time and money? Well, there you go. But people that know better, well, people that know better aren't going to use GitKraken anyway, right? They'll just use the command line, and they're just so good, they'll use the fucking diff tools that the command line gives them. Well, even like experts use GetKraken Desktop to show diffs in a way that is actually like human readable. I don't know if they are. I assume that at least one person does watch. Because I don't know. I'm not disparaging the company. I'm not doing anything that would get me fired, but I am trying to find a use case for a thing that we're building. And that's actually my job. It's actually my job to talk to developers and find a good use case, you know? How much does GetKraken cost? Hold on, because it's probably a lot less than a dev's salary for a week and whatever extra maintenance requirements in the future. Yes, exactly. Like 1,000%. For us to build out this like pipeline thing, when you make a PR and we like make a comment saying like, hey, you should do X, Y, and Z because you modified a specific kind of file or something, to write that pipeline is easily 2 hours to a week of someone's dev time. And at major companies I've worked at, I could time box upgrading the version of Angular to 4 hours and just try it like once every 6 months, which is how often Angular updates. And it would still not get scheduled because we got too much other shit on the backlog. Right? So anything that requires a code change is something that requires a level of investment that people just don't want to do. Meanwhile, you could just do something to like ClickOps wise, create this like check and make stuff happen at PR time. So I think there's value. I'm bad at explaining that value. And also like my audience here is really not the target audience for a feature like that, because I know we get a bunch of like beginning career devs here watching, and you don't have to self-select and shout yourself out. I know you're out there. Like you chat, you say stuff whenever you want. I get it. But we also get like majorly experienced devs who speak up more than other people do. And when I have proposed this in the past, people have just simply said like, well, I wouldn't use it because I could just do blank. But at the end of the day, not everyone can just do blank. You mean blank? Don't tell me about blank. Let me sell you a thing to solve blank. I feel like that's like close to the quote from Futurama, but I'm messing it up just slightly. Exactly. So, like, I'd love to chat about it at some point. I have not set up the link to like schedule a call with me, but if you do want to like get into the queue of like scheduling those calls, and I'll figure that out here in the next week for sure. 100%. Sorry, everyone else that I've left hanging. We just pivoted away from sessions, which is like a webinar / client interview platform, and we're like having to figure out other stuff we do. I'll just set it up with cal.com or maybe Riverside or something and record the calls that way, and we'll be good to go. I'll finish doing that by the end of the weekend, I think. I'll make that part of my like Sunday project. Something like that. I get it, Em. Like, totally. And if you want to help us understand what use case you might use it for, that would be helpful. Right, there's only 3 devs on your team, right? Taking a week away from a single dev on your team puts the entire team behind, you know? So I think that's a big thing we got to focus on. And even the people that were like, well, I can do it in 2 hours, they even mentioned that they've worked at companies where this shit would be amazing, right? No, I get it, Em. Like, if you want to try and like schedule a chat about how you could use this, I would love to like understand your use case. Like things that you need to make, things you need to do that you don't necessarily have the experience for making a GitHub action, right? Like what other use cases could we do? I'm not even saying the stuff we do now, right? The things I just explained, but understanding what else you could need would be valuable. So if you want to send me a message over on Discord, feel free. And I will have a link in which you can schedule a call at some point. Like I plan on making that link available by the end of the weekend. I just know there's like 4, maybe 5 people waiting on me to pass them that link. So you'd be number 6. If so. If not, no worries. All right, so I'm going to call what we have with this scaffolding good. I don't necessarily want to actually... Now, we can start thinking about other features, other things we got to build. If we go look at our notes, man, like... So that one I think we're done with. That one seems good. This one... we'll want to verify before we delete it, but then implementing filters for all of the get all pages. So what do I mean by that, right? If we go to balances here and we go to a currency and look at the transactions, the filters we have is just when they were created. So I could make something for tomorrow and there we go, right? And we got only 10 things, and they're all just on 0109. Sure. Bam. No problem. There is other filtering we should probably do based upon the amount in that balance, right? Like transaction-wise, etc. And we end up needing to do this on a bespoke basis between... this endpoint and maybe like the balances / accounts endpoint, right? Like accounts and their balance. We should be able to sort. Sure, we got sorting, but what all like also we should be able to do like a filter, and the date on this page is actually less relevant, I think. But when was the account created? Someone probably wants to query by that. Yeah, for sure, Mr. Elfman. Like, we're doing really good work. I'm really proud of what we got going. Dude, I'm really actually kind of bummed on this DoorDash driver. Can I reduce the tip? Because he doesn't deserve the tip that he's getting. Like, he's way the fuck out there. Okay. Oh, dude, thank you. Yeah, hold on. Dude, Dylan, thank you. And again, I'm so sorry for our previous interaction. Granted, you took at least part of the blame. I take the other part of the blame. Where, yes, I am a little more defensive about my stream than I should be. So, I'm happy to have you, man. Thank you. All right, so yes, I don't have a link to give you yet, but I got you in my history there. I can pass that link. Yeah, we're good. No, and I get it. There's a big difference between necessary and me feeling like I need to do it. There's a big gap between those things. And I would rather apologize than not, in most cases. Because I know that, yeah, we're all human, we all make mistakes, especially me. So again, at least part of the blame, totally on me. Whatever portion of that blame you want to attribute, that's up to you. I fully own that portion. As long as it's not more than 50%. If it's more than 50%, then we should chat. And I mean my portion, not yours. Like, yeah. But yeah, so here's the big thing. The next part we want to work on, because I don't want to like focus too much on the adjustment stuff, because I'm really like still fuzzy about if I care about adjustments in the way we do, and I'd rather just move on to other productivity. There you go. Right. We can split the blame halfway. And damn, Lala the Clown still lurking. Mr. Sir. Yeah, I just want to say, like, if y'all enjoy some gaming content... Oh, wrong thing. I knew I was typing it wrong anyway, so... Ah, not Lala. Shit. Hold on. How do I thought it was gonna autocomplete dismiss. Hold on. Let's do... Shit. And now I'm gonna have to wait because I shouted out the wrong person. I don't think the whiskeys are hitting. I'm just really bad about the shout out thing. So now I gotta wait a minute or two. It's fine. Now yeah. We could blame the whiskey, or we could just blame the fact that I'm a fucking stoner. Okay, so this is the last song on the album. Let me just paste the album for you. One sec. There you go. Let me play just one more Cosmo Sheldrake album, because he's good. And yeah, so our main goal for what I'm going to say is probably tomorrow. Like, motherfucker went further away? How the fuck do I complain about a fucking driver? This motherfucker's driving to goddamn Woodinville. Like, dude. DoorDash. Dude, fucking DoorDash. Garbage. Dude's in fucking Woodinville right now when my food has been ready at Kanishka for easily like 20 minutes. God, fucking DoorDash. I sent a message to the driver and crickets. Maybe the car broke? No, he's driving. He's moving. He is traveling the exact opposite direction of where I am. I could drive to the restaurant and back before this fucking dude gets to the fucking house. Like, dude. No, this is totally fucking DoorDash's problem. They assign someone a thing within like 20 minutes, and my food's gonna be cold as shit by the time it gets here. No, it's been really good in the past. I spent the extra $3 to have it delivered directly to me. That $3 is worthless at this point. Like, dude, these fucking food providers, man. Have I tried the custom shader? I don't know. What do you think? What do you think? So, for people using Ghosty, for everyone that doesn't know, there is shaders here. Here's the problem I have. The shaders are not hot reloadable, and I got way too much stuff running right now to actually switch up and show you. But I can actually just like, I can do these recordings and show you a recording for it. Look at this one. This is one I made. It's called Night Drive. No, it's built in Zig. Can iTerm do custom shaders? Nope. Nope. So yeah, this is nice. God. All right. So this fucking delivery driver's approaching the place. I should go raid someone so that I can fucking like properly complain about this shit being late. I need to actually be out on the road. But dude, fucking DoorDash. Like, just don't use DoorDash at this point. Like, fucking DoorDash, man. I regret using DoorDash. They better refund me my fucking food because it's going to be cold chicken. No one should eat cold chicken. Like, dude, fucking DoorDash. Assign a better fucking driver. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Alright, so we'll go raid Defy Us All. Let's do that. He's got a major crowd lurking him from the Primogen raid. I will say, like, is the Prime, like, does the Prime not like me? I don't know what it is, man. Prime hasn't raided in like a year and a half. But he's raided Defy Us All twice in like a month. So I don't know, man. There's definitely something there. It's because he's a NeoVim user. Yes, obviously. Like, totally why he should ignore an entire stream. Like, duh, that just makes sense. Wink. I don't know, man. It does bum me out a bit. Because I'm a Prime fan. I've been subbed for fucking ages. But no, it does feel like he's specifically ignoring me. But whatever. It's fine. Prime does his stream how he wants. And yeah, we do kind of talk a little bit of shit. But he's still a sub here, you know? Yeah, because I don't care about, like, typing speed. That's obviously it. Duh. Alright, so let's go raid. Let's go raid Defy Us All. YouTube, thank you all for lurking. I'll see y'all tomorrow.